Where's the camera? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. User interface, that's right. Alright, mic works. Need music. That's gonna be very loud. There we go. Alright, I think we're all good. Okay, so it's been like 5 or 6 days since the last time I recorded. I haven't actually done much. I think I drew the ship that was damaged. I drew the lightning. I think I did that on stream though, right? Yeah, I ended up putting that on YouTube anyways. I exported those. Oh yeah, I drew the ship that was damaged. And then I did, so it looks like this. And I did the lights for it. So the lights are like that. I don't know, it kind of looks... It's basically what the lights on a ship actually look like. I don't know if it'll be good, and I like it more than just the normal circle. But I figured I'd give it a shot. I might mix the two, do the circle and that. But we'll see. Yeah, other than that, that was it. Well, other than that, I started watching Better Call Saul on Netflix. I've been skipping it, but I don't know, I got bored and watched it, and then I just kind of like watched it for the last week. Finally got caught up on it. It was pretty good. So that's really what I was doing. Alright, so anyway, we're doing UI. I've got this here. This is, I've got a bunch of backgrounds, like screen captures, to kind of figure out where I want the UI to go. This is all the items I did. I don't know if I ever showed all these. I know I did a couple of them on stream. With the map in the bottle. Yeah, I did some of these on stream. Depth finder, compass, underwater detector, large meteorite. That's the bomb, and the meteorite thing. And then the corpses, we've got a tentacle, just a salmon, anglerfish, eel, corpse, jellyfish, shark, crab, stingray, and octopus. Some of these I'm not even sure if I'm going to end up having, but I think I know what I want. I had plenty of time to think about what I want to do, and I think I got it figured out. So for the overworld, what we're looking at here, I think the best place to put any sort of UI thing would be top left corner, because I don't want it to block this radio tower, right? That was an important thing I drew, but everything further over, right, is it's kind of dead space. There's really nothing in that top corner of the map. So if it was just kind of like in this area, you know, all that's dead space. This is all a fine place to put it. Another place I could put in this bottom corner, like where I had the previous one. But the problem with that is the bottom left of the overworld map. Not that one, this one. It's got all this highway stuff, but it's not really like the best location. Right, if I had something here, a box, I'd be covering up this whole part of the bottom of the map. Or yeah, that whole highway bit. But I don't really want to do that. So I'm still thinking like this top right corner. The other thing I was thinking is maybe this bottom left corner as well. And this wouldn't really get in the way of anything, except when you're on the right side of the map. I have to make it to where the ship goes behind it, like this little ship right here. If it's over here, I need to have like the transparency of this. Get like cut in half or something so you can kind of see through it while the ship's back there. And that's like an easy solution for that. That way you don't have to worry about like the alien running up on you when you're in the corner. Probably not going to matter, but it just seems like I could definitely use these like two corners, left and right. Right. I think bottom would be best because there's nothing in the bottom right corner. But there is something in the top right corner, which is this. I mean, that's not that far off. But if you were like, say over here, then this would be blocked by some UI. The bottom left is a lot less likely that it's blocking the view of anything. So yeah, I like the idea of bottom left and top right for like UI elements if they're going to be on screen. The thing is, I didn't really leave myself any room for UI in like my map. Another thing I could do is actually just like out here draw like a little black box off to the side of the map so that my UI is just always on the right side of the screen, and then basically the map will end right here. So you can never like go into where the UI is. That was another thing I was thinking about. That is kind of an option. It's a little more work though, because I have to change the size of my screen. Not going to change too much, but it might change some of my code. Anything that's based off of room width or room height. I don't know about that one so much. And then as far as, well, okay, before I move on, so what I need to put in these areas I'd like to have a count of how many like meteorite fragments you have, right, like a number. I'd like to have some sort of like box that shows what item you're currently holding, which is all the items I showed before. We thought it would also be nice to have a clock that shows like what time it is in the world. Basically, this is stuff that you find on like a depth finder. You'd find like, well, the items not so much, but well, these new ones like time. I could do like a position thing because that's usually on GPS, depth finder, kind of basically like boat interface. I could even do like a depth. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure about that. I'm thinking I do like a depth finder actual like thing down here for everything that's on it, which is basically like this item that I had, like this depth finder. So if I drew like my own version of a depth finder, right, I can have all the stuff that goes on this kind of UI as part of that, which is, it's kind of like a fish finder sort of thing. But it's got like little waves, an occasional blip. Thought that would be a kind of a neat idea. Put in that bottom corner. And then what I do is just when you get this item, the depth finder bit is when that'll be added to the screen. But until then, you just got like this stuff in the top left. Tell you what, POS will never be positioned to me. I see something else. Piece of salami. So that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know if there's anything else I could add to this. I'm just thinking like little, I don't want like useless information. Like all this could be kind of handy. So like the position thing, the depth thing. The depth is kind of useful because it shows you like when you go from shallow water, right? From shallow water into deep water. But I was also going to do that with the depth finder. Maybe making it to where it changes. I'm not too sure about the depth finder thing because it's more complicated to implement. I'd have to do something with like a side-scrolling screen on a surface. I don't know if it's worth doing, but I do like the idea of it. Also, I did this depth finder object, but I don't think I never actually used it. It was just something that's given to you as part of a cutscene. So it's not actually an item. I just want to make sure. So the depth finder reveals the corals. You need it to actually like go into the coral zone. But I think it's not an item you find, it's just something that happens as part of a cutscene. Once you've researched the wetsuit and a couple of creatures, there'll be a cutscene where you get the depth finder, and then you can use it to go to the corals. And in the corals you find different parts of the map. And you use that map to find the shipwreck. You use in the shipwreck you find the compass. And you can use that to find the oil platform. Okay, I don't know. There's an item that I've left out here. I don't know exactly what I was thinking back in the day. I think I was mixing up the depth finder and this underwater detector. I never really drew, I drew a depth finder, but I never drew this underwater detector thing. I don't know, let me look. What was I thinking? So yeah, I drew this depth finder, but it's never really going to be an item that you actually carry, right? It's something you can get. There's the treasure map and the map in the bottle. So the idea is just make it to where you have to collect 3 of these map in the bottles, or 3 bottle map, whatever, from the corals. So you go into 3 areas, find 3 of them. Once you have 3 of them, you get the treasure map. You use the treasure map to find the shipwreck. In the shipwreck, you find the compass, and then I was thinking you use the compass to find. You have to find the large meteorite next, which is in the oil spill. So, oh yeah, okay. So that is what I was calling underwater detector. Yeah, okay. I've done this backwards, I think. You've got to get the large meteorite. So the compass helps you find the meteorite. That doesn't really make a lot of sense though. Because I kind of want to like put these on the UI so that you know what you have unlocked, is what I was thinking. But once you get the treasure map, is maybe when you'll get the GPS. Once you get the compass, I'll just put it like a little icon or something on the UI. Once you get the large meteorite and you bring it back, that's when you get the underwater detector. And the underwater detector is what lets you... maybe I am backwards. I think the large meteorite was just something to mix with the oxygen tank to make a bomb. I mean, there it is, strapped to it. Okay, never mind. Maybe the compass is just something you take back, and then that turns into the underwater detector. Kind of like the map in the bottle turns into the treasure map. The compass turns into the underwater detector, and the underwater detector is what you use to find a large meteorite. Large meteorite turns into what did I call this? I called this meteorite resonator, I think, which is a funny name for an oxygen tank strapped to, basically a bomb. Yeah, meteorite resonator. Just some silly thing. But this depth finder is the only thing that I'm not actually using. So where I can use this item? I don't think so. It's cool that I drew one, but I hate to delete it. Work that I did. It's too small to be used as part of the UI. Is it though? Because it's basically the same size as what I want to draw. Maybe I can use this, but I don't think it's an item. I just hate to delete it. Right, so find 3 maps in a bottle, or 3 pieces of the map in a bottle. Get a treasure map. Find the compass with the underwater detector. Find the large meteorite with the meteorite resonator. Alright, so the depth finder basically is this. Which I could just throw at the bottom. Maybe make it a little bigger. It wasn't really what I had in mind, but it also is sort of, I don't know. I could probably make up, like, code my own depth finder. I've been thinking about this. Like, if I did a depth finder, I think this is like the screen of it. Usually it's like, kind of like a, I don't know, an EKG, where it starts over here, shows like what the depth of this point is, and then this point moves over, right? And then it finds the next point, wherever its depth is. And eventually you end up getting like these waving patterns as it shows you what the, it's like mapping the floor of the water, right? Or the floor of the, I want to say ocean, I guess it is ocean. I'm thinking of a lake, but it is an ocean in this case. So if I wanted to do that, I mean, if I wanted to do this and make it actually change depending on what type of area you're over, I would end up drawing like different pictures, which are the different ones, and then they would switch to a new picture when you like go into that zone. But that seems really complicated to pull off. So what I was thinking is, basically, I have like a target depth, right, that it's trying to get to. And that target changes based on whether we're like in the shallows, we're in the sea, we're in the deep water, right? So it'll be, the target's around here, and then it's just kind of like, it'll do a sine wave kind of thing, and it'll draw the line from the bottom to the top based on what it got, but it's always got to be within a certain like amount of what it was before. So I'm basically creating my own depth finder, which will change because if it goes from like the sea into the shallows, then it's going to just start always working its way up, and then it'll follow along this sine wave kind of deal. It would be interesting because it's like a, it's a dynamic depth finder kind of thing. But the character can move around so fast, I wonder if that will, how well this will work. It's a bold idea. But essentially all I have to do is draw like what these different lines look like that are full size, and then I just put this line based on where it is, I'll move it, so the rest of it just kind of goes off the screen. And then it'll be a series of these lines, which makes the actual thing, because that's how like a depth finder actually looks. I got some pictures of different depth finders as an example of what I'm trying to do. And then I just throw in like the occasional fish that could pop up, which is just, a fun little thing. And then I can do my depth and stuff on this little screen. Depth, and I can do like temperature. Temperature's kind of dumb, but it's something that you would find on a depth finder, fish finder. So what I would need to draw now is just all the non-moving parts on this, and then I'd have to draw the lines themselves and the little fish icons. I don't know what I'm going to do as far as like fonts go. I might make my own font. If it's only using numbers, I just make a font using the numbers I'll use. I can leave the feet and the degrees. I draw those myself, so they're not really part of the font. Kind of like that idea. Okay, well, that's an idea for how that'll work. Let's look at like stages. I'm thinking stages won't actually have any UI. The only thing I would need to have on a stage, so it'd be nice to know what our current meteorite number is. It would be good to have a place to see what items you're currently carrying. Oxygen meter, I've kind of got that, though I wasn't super happy with it. I was thinking about adding a mini map, but I'm definitely not going to do that. So, I think the only one here that's really important is the item that you're carrying. The problem is I've used the entire screen except for the top up here. So if I'm going to do a UI thing, it had to be the top. But the UI, like in this stage it wouldn't matter, but in deeper stages, like this UI would cover up any enemies that are behind it in those top corners. Right, so if I had UI elements up there, not a big deal. I mean, UI in games often covers up, you know, the screen underneath it. I just like unobtrusive kind of UI design. I don't want UI to be in the way. But it would be handy to kind of know what items you're carrying. Maybe a secondary oxygen meter as well. I don't know the best place to actually put this though. Is it like top left or top right? It's one of those two. I think top left would be best. Because some of my stages, this one, has the ship on this side. So I really think the best place to put it is over here. Anything that's UI. So this would be kind of like our loot there, what our loot equals. And then what item we have would be a thing. And then probably an oxygen meter comes down like this, and then that goes away when you upgrade. So that way I'll have an oxygen meter that's really easy to see right there, in addition to the one that's on the player. So I'll have to like code the way that thing works. But I like the idea that, yeah, it kind of goes like this. It's like pyramid sort of look. Now, honestly, that probably won't even be that much. And then we'll have the parts that aren't necessary to go away when they're not needed anymore. The oxygen meter. The alternative is I make it to where when you have the pause screen, whatever it's going to look like, which I have to figure out now, that, you know, whatever menu pops up. I was thinking maybe have a menu come in off the screen, and then this has like your quit, your options. I don't even know how much I have, but if I did it like that, then I can just do this information can be on the pause screen, so it's not actually on the gameplay screen. But then we wouldn't have the oxygen meter, the secondary one. But that way, if you ever want to check, you know, what item you're holding or how many meteorites you have, you just pause the game, look at it real quick, and otherwise it won't be in your face. What else is on a pause screen? Usually it's like save game and load game, but my game doesn't really have that. I mean, when you click quit, you'll probably get a idle or desktop kind of option. and then you just click on whichever one you want, and it'll click to it. So if you want to load the game, probably just do that. There's not really, it's not like a game that needs loading. Not really. So all I gotta do is make this little option menu be some sort of fancy thing. I don't know what it'll be. Maybe like a plank of wood. I just have everything kind of like come out. I don't know, whenever I think of UI, I always think about Warcraft 3's UI for its like start screen. I just love the way that it's like all like little signposts and they like come in and off the screen. I mean, Blizzard does really good UI stuff. They're questionable in a lot of things, but the UI team is just top notch. So it's not a bad one to try and like take notes from. Okay, I like both of these ideas. Here's what I'm thinking. In the options menu, I'm going to do a way to disable this, right? If you want to disable on-screen UI in stages, I should put that as part of my options menu. I'm going to make a note of that because I'm liking this idea. So I'll just make it there's the ability to disable this in the options menu. Otherwise it'll be there. And I'll make it to where if the player ever goes behind this, kind of like the other one, it's alpha, we'll just go to like 30% or something. Because it is, it's not possible to get behind this unless it's like this little bit. Because to get up there, you'd have to be up against the surface anyway. So only the oxygen meter could potentially get in your way. I'll have to think about all the option stuff that I'm going to have later. But I like that idea. So we do kind of a little of both. I'll have this information will also be over here, right? So it'll just be part of the ball screen. I think I'm going to figure out like the way this UI looks and just do numbers, like a number font, my own one, which will actually just look like a pretty standard font. I've never really messed with fonts before, so that'll be interesting, but I don't think it's too difficult. I've seen tutorials on it at least. And I'm not doing anything crazy. I think I'm just doing numbers. There shouldn't be any reason to have, well, unless I want to do like the title stuff. But I think all this will be like hard-baked kind of UI or font. While the numbers obviously can change. So I'll probably, any words like that, I'll do my own UI. Or my own font. I'll just do it right now. Because they're never going to change. Unless I wanted to regionalize, which isn't really something I've considered. But if I wanted to change the names or the language of things, then it would be wise not to hard bake my the words into it, right? I don't really have any plans to translate, but it's probably a good idea. Especially if I don't have too many like words in my game. I do have a lot of cutscene stuff. I'm not too sure. Well, that's right, cutscenes will have words too. Maybe I just need to create my own font all the way across the board. I don't know. If I decide to like do different languages, then I'll tackle that problem when I get to it, I guess. Which will probably be just going into these images and typing it out in the new language. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. Okay, so what else do we need to look at? So other than that, there's the dock scene or the dock menu. Not too sure about this. I'm thinking like an old NES style UI, which has like these big box icons that you go through, and I have no idea, some sort of selection thing. And maybe I'll have them grayed out if you haven't found them yet, or they'll be non-existent. But basically everything will be hard baked into this box, and whether it's, you know, revealed or not, whether it's revealed or if it's just like half opacity, I can do that. But each thing will have its place. So if you found, like, just for an example, you found the creature tentacle, you found the jellyfish, but you never found whatever this is, which is the salmon, you'd see these two. They'd be at like half transparency because you haven't researched them yet, but you wouldn't be able to see this one because this one's actually where the salmon is. And let's say that this one's the stingray. So yeah, these would all be at like half transparency. This one, you know, there's something. Basically, the reason to do it this way is you know that there's something that goes there as the player, and you just haven't found it yet. And you know that you haven't researched these yet because they're still grayed out or whatever it is, half transparency, whatever I decide to do. And then once you've researched it, then that'll be fully colored in. So that way, it's just really easy. Like if you do it that way, the player can tell at a glance, okay, these are the things that I've done, these are things I need to do, and then these empty spaces are things that I haven't found yet. I like that idea. That's why I was thinking of doing it this kind of way, with just little boxes for all the things you need to do. Maybe like a little description thing, I don't know, for each thing. So once you highlight one, it'll have a little thing over here, depending on what it is. What I was thinking for the dock scene or whatever. I might have like a ship pulling into port, just like in Jaws, and then this screen kind of like fades in. So you got like ship moving in to port back here, and as it comes in, this fades in, and it's like, it's got to be real quick, so it's not too annoying, but just like a second or two. It's kind of showing what's happening. It pulls in the port, you're checking out all this stuff. And all these little things is what's basically activating different cutscenes. Let's see, UI. I think I'm going to go with the Blaster Master way, where most things are going to be a little window with the text bit down here. But all I'm going to be drawing is what's inside this little window, and then a lot of this is just going to be dead space. It's weird, but it harkens back to what I'm trying to do, which is NES style. And I just kind of like the idea. I don't know. I mean, the other way I could do it is, you know, big cutscenes, but that's modern. It's kind of boring, like everything. Everybody's doing it. So I kind of want to do the little window display thing. And then occasionally, for certain scenes, I go full screen, and then the impact's bigger, right? It's like when you're reading a comic book or a manga or whatever, and most of it is just like little panels that you're reading, and then eventually you get to that one that's just like full screen, bam, you know, and it just impacts more. So that's kind of like why I want to go this way. Because I like that idea of most of it is just kind of played out on a little screen. And then when it's a moment that I really want to push, and yeah, I just do some sort of like transition effect where the box fully zooms in, and we get a nice big image, but probably be an animated image at that point. Some minor animation, but yeah, I like that idea. I think most of my images won't have any animation in it, but the occasional one, which is like a really nice scene, will be an animated one that zooms in. I like that idea. Okay, so that's everything I want to do. There's a few more things like what the title menu looks like, the load menu, the options menu, key bindings, a game over screen, which I think I kind of know what I want there. And then we're drawing all the different cutscenes that's going to happen. That's the plan. Alright, so let's start with this one. So map UI is probably going to be the most complex of all these, just because I want to do this like depth finder thing. I have to make it complicated. But let's not do that yet. We'll do all the other parts first. So for UI stuff, I really have no idea. But what I'm thinking just a rectangle, clean rectangle. Maybe something like that. I think it'll have little separators in it. I really shouldn't do all these yet. I'm looking at like what a boat GPS actually looks like, a reference. Which honestly they're just like a bunch of numbers and I mean, yeah, it's pretty simple. The weird ones are the meteor fragments and the items. But time and position is something that's usually on. What do I want to start with? Do I want to start with like time and position, or? So what was the other thing that I was thinking about in? I wrote it down here. Oh, depth. No, depth's going to be part of the depth finder, obviously. But honestly, I think it's just time, position, meteor fragments, and item. I might even do something when you get a game over, time like advances by a certain amount. That'd be interesting. It's not really going to do anything, it just makes the player feel bad that it took them longer to complete the game. Ooh, I could even do like a day-month thing, right? That makes sense. That way we track like how many days it takes for the. I like that idea. I'm glad I thought about it. Yeah, I really like that idea. Okay, so we'll start with a day month. Or a date. There's not a date actually on well, at least not on the main screen of a GPS. So I gotta think, what would it actually look like? I'm thinking, well, all of these have like what they're displaying in the top left, so yeah, I guess it would just be like date, and then you have the month, day, year. We're gonna do American for all this. Okay. And we have divider. Time. Which will be, so the official way to do it, kind of like a 24-hour timer, but I mean, I'm looking at an actual one and they don't use a 24-hour, which is weird to me. I thought any sort of nautical thing would be on a 24-hour schedule or a 24-hour, military time. I guess not. I'm just exposed to military stuff when it comes to being on the water. All right, so we got our hour, minute, second, and AM, PM. We can really leave enough right there. That's what we're sketching it out for. It's date, time, we got position, which I think I'm just going to do. I mean, I could do this degree thing, but how do I translate degrees into pixels? Because that would be the easiest thing to do. The problem here is I really don't understand how position actually works. As far as south and east, I've never had to use that. Like, what is this exactly? It's I'm supposed to write it out. This would be like south 36 degrees, 28.190. What is the? I've heard this in movies and stuff a lot, but I need to understand it if I'm going to actually implement it. I think I actually learned this in high school or something. Now that I think about it, it's based on latitude and longitude. I think I do remember like a very small thing in class where we were taught this, and I just completely forgot it. But now that I'm looking it up, so when we say south, 36 degrees. That's saying like, so we're south of the equator, and it goes from 60 to 90. Okay. So this is good, because if I was to go into really high numbers here, I would look like an idiot. Or if I went to anything above 90 degrees, it would just look completely stupid. and longitude is based off the prime meridian, which also it goes to 180 and negative 180. This is interesting. Okay. Probably. I love this. This is one of my favorite parts about game dev and like art and animation is occasionally you'll just have to like research a topic that will teach you something that you just otherwise would never have like addressed or sought out. Really love that. You want to play at home, figure out where this place is. But we know that this is south of the equator by 30, and think of like cutting 90 as the South Pole, so 30 being like 33%, 30% south of the equator. So in that like Australia sort of range, right? Is Australia around 30? Actually, 30 is pretty far down. Like 30 and 60 and 90, they get closer together the further down you go. Kind of weird, but that's how a sphere works. Well, actually, 30 is kind of like the halfway point when you actually look at it. That's confusing, but that's what it looks like. Because those last like 30 degrees are kind of, it's like it cuts in half every time. So yeah, that's just interesting. I don't know if this display is just making it look weird, but what it looks like. Does the prime meridian really just like go through that part of Britain and Africa? Is that just where the zero is actually based at? I want to Google this as well. I'm getting off topic here, but I want to understand this so I know how I want to do it. It looks like it's exactly where the prime meridian will always be. So if we're at like 174, we know we're on the opposite side of the planet from where Africa is. This is actually somewhere like around Hawaii, isn't it? But if it's south of the equator, I don't even know what's in this area. We're off in the Pacific somewhere. Kind of fun. Alright. So, okay, I understand this then. This makes plenty of sense to me. What about this part? Because this is the part that actually would be changing, I think. See, this doesn't talk about degrees, minutes, seconds. Okay, this is the part that I want to know about then, I think. So I've got degrees, and the next is minutes, the next is seconds. Okay. So the distance between each line of latitude or longitude representing 1 degree is divided into 60 minutes. And each minute is divided into 60 seconds. So this is saying 36 degrees, or south 36 degrees, 28 minutes, 190 seconds. Alright. So basically this is kind of like decimal places, but in 60ths instead of hundredths. So yeah, this is almost a half of the next degree. So we're basically at 36.5, and then the 192nd is why does it go to, oh, this is it 19? It must be 3 decimal places, so this is 19 seconds. That's confusing to me if that's true. Or maybe this whole, actually I don't know. Maybe everything I'm saying is bullshit. Let me figure this out. So 41 degrees, 24 minutes, 12.2 seconds. Oh, okay, so this dash is what actually means the minute. So this is 28.19 minutes, and this doesn't have the seconds included on it. I think that's what's going on. Because if it was seconds, it would be like 30 seconds, 2 ticks. No, I'm wrong. Again, shit. No, I'm right. I'm right. Shit. Ah, that's confusing. Let me make sure my picture... It's just weird that the GPS on my picture goes to such degrees. But yeah, no, that's minutes. So it just goes to 3 decimal places in the minutes, which is kind of weird when you have seconds. But okay. It's like, that seems what the seconds is for. Okay, I get it. So, I don't really know, but if we had a small area like what we're working with in the game, what would be feasible to change? Like, I don't really know, like, the distance between here and the bottom of my map, which isn't really here, but the very bottom, would that be 1 degree, or is that probably more likely to be like a 0.5 degree worth? Oh, now I gotta find the actual, I need to figure out where this movie was filmed and set it at its coordinates, and then just change the seconds and the minutes as we're in game. Because that would be an extra little bit of, you know, cheekiness. Okay. Where's John's set? Set on a fictional island filmed on Martha's Vineyard. That's right, Amity Island. So it's a fictional place, but I can't really find an exact coordinate. I wonder what it was kind of based off of, though. Hey, I thought it was based off of like a real island. I'd love to know what that real island it was based off of. Okay, so I've got a place. New England Island was the real life version of the novel. Where's New England Island at? Well, I guess that is Massachusetts Island, Martha's Vineyard. I guess I should use that then. Alright. Martha's Vineyard. I'm wondering if I should even set it here though. I could put it closer to home. Because my location was drawn based off of South Carolina landmark. I really thought I could find, I don't know if you can, GPS coordinates that are actually on Google Maps. I'm not seeing any sort of option for that. Oh, cool, you can just Google it. Alright, so it's 41. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Because I like the reference. So this is north, 41 degrees. Sadly, it gave me a decimal point and not minutes. So I have to convert it myself. Isn't easy. How the hell do I convert that? 3805. So 3805. I gotta convert that into 60s instead of 100. See, this is in the hundreds. I want 60. I want it out of 60. It'd be easier if it was out of 50 because then I just double it. Shit, I don't know if I want to use my coordinates or these coordinates. These coordinates are in DD, so I have to convert it to DMS. I wonder if I can type in DMS. Maybe that'll work. Oh, I can. Huh. Wait. Alright. So it is 41 degrees north, 23 minutes, 59.99 seconds. Oh my god, look at me! I'm doing it. And then it's negative 70, so that's, oh god, is that west? I think that's west. Yeah, prime meridian's definitely to the east, so that's west. So this would be west. You say negative 70? No, you just say 70. 70 degrees. I hope. 36 minutes by 50. Why is it 59.99 again? Maybe it just defaults to that. Well, that's good, because I'm going to change that part. Alright, there's my coordinates. I think I will use that because it's a nice little in reference to anybody that can read these coordinates. You gotta like little Easter eggs like that. Okay, so if I want to do this my way, I just need to adjust. I think these spots stay the same and they never change, right? But I think everything beyond here should be based off of whatever our pixels is. So, God, I don't even remember the pixels of my map. It's I can look right here. My map is pretty sure it's this one. Yeah. So 3840 by 2160. That 2160 is actually this number, and this is the width. But because the GPS before, I mean, this is all completely unnecessary. We're not using seconds. The GPS that I was looking at before actually had like decimal places on the minutes. So I think that's what I'm just going to use. And I'm just going to say this, right, 23, minus 2160. But this is, yeah, this number, okay. The 0.2160. That's unnecessary. And this is going to be minus 3.84. Okay. And this number will change based on where our coordinate actually is. So that will update. Alright, I need to write all that down because there's no way I'll remember that. Alright. Position. So, north 41. Degrees. 23 minus 2160. Alright, I think that'll do it. Now it'll actually look official and it will look intelligent because I researched it. And yeah, if I would have gone before, I probably would have done something dumb. But honestly, I knew that changing these degrees would not make sense in the scale that we're at. I just really needed to understand how the minutes and seconds work. But this will change the minutes. I think it'll still be like maybe too much or maybe too little. I think too much would probably be more likely. But it'll still look believable. Because you don't really know the scale of things. You can kind of see the scale of things based on what size cars are. Okay. Well, I drew a lot of crap there. Race. But the important part is north 41 and 3.00 west 70 degrees 36.0. So that's what it's going to look like. Okay, we got that. That all looks good. Don't forget the minute sign. Okay, so other things that would be on the GPS, a boat GPS, is battery life, fuel, COG. I don't even know what COG is. Based off of meters? I have no idea what that is. And SOG, which is miles. Okay, so miles per hour. I have no idea. And this other one is it's also got a compass on it, which I'm not going to include a compass because our ship can move in like 8 directions. It'd be kind of weird to do a compass on that. So I'm just going to do these 4 or these 3, and then I need to add the item and the thing. So, okay, let's squish all this down. It's getting kind of busy. Also, real quick, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Here's what I'm thinking. Like this, have a little divider here, divider there, divider here. This is where we'll put our item. And then here we'll do our thing with number, how many of those we got. Alright, that should be good. Did I forget anything? Position, it's all good. Alright, let's draw it. More refined sketch. Like that now. So, yeah, pretty simple here, honestly. What I'm thinking is, a border rectangle. I want this to be flat. This to be thick and orange. I'm putting it there though. I kind of want to make the inside be a little bit transparent, actually. Which to do that, actually that shouldn't be too hard. I just go here. I wonder if the fill tool will screw me here or not. It'll have to work pretty well. This one would just make it like 75. That way you can kind of see through it. That way, yeah, seeing as it's going to be covering up part of the map, make it a little bit transparent so you can see what's underneath it. But the bits on top of it would be fully transparent. What I want to do Can I drag off this side of the screen? Oh, it left with the pen. What the hell? Whatever, I'll just do this. Easier anyway. This is a slow process. Alright, that is a perfect border around that. Nice and clean. It'd be nice if I could section this off in a force. If I'd used the grid, I could have done that. Instead of eyeballing it here. Might not be too late. I think it's too late. There's no way that this thing will actually equal to what a grid is supposed to be, but I can get it close, so I might as well try and use a grid. Where's grid? View. Where's the grid? Grid settings. Alright. Custom. Okay. Honestly, that's just about right. I think that will work. If I just lower the number of divisions. I want something that almost cuts this up into 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now it's cutting it up into 5. So let's try 125. It's a little too much now. Let's do 120. That's pretty close. 118. Alright. Do that. Now we just draw a straight line right here. Alright. I need, shit. Actually, no, that'll work. I just need to move the grid over. $209.87. Okay, so I still want 87, but I want to cut this somewhere in here. There we go. 87, 242. Nice, right there. Perfect. That's good, I just don't like the color. All that to make these perfect lines. Worth it though. I need to fix the little bit I broke though. should probably do this as well. I don't do many things that are geometrically perfect like this. Unless you're drawing like robots or something. Alright. So, I don't know, the rest of it, I'm back to this question, should I draw it or should I just enter it with a font in the game itself? Because if I'm going to do a font in game, it would be better to just leave this as it is and do the rest of it in game after I draw my font. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it blank, but this has got everything I need because everything else is just typed in except for one thing, and that would be this. I think about kind of digitizing this image too. Which to do that, I would go to Edit, Tone Correction, Posterization. Crank that down? Yeah, crank that down. Like that. Pixel erasing. I haven't done this in forever. I actually used to do stuff like this a lot because I liked editing images using like Paint when I was a kid, and just like drawing in my own colors, or I don't know, adding stuff to pictures. So I would often do like this, where I would go in and edit images by hand, just like I'm kind of doing with this. I remember doing this a lot. I can't really think of any examples, but yeah. I mean, there's definitely like sprite sheets where I would do this. But I'm thinking more along the lines of, say there's this picture that I like, but I didn't like the hair color or something, or I wanted them to have a mask on or something. I would go in and draw the part that I wanted to see changed by hand. They just kind of like edit the picture. I used to do that a lot. Never really shared them. It's just a hobby. Or actually, another example of that is a lot of times I would like photo. Oh, this is probably what I was thinking about. I would photocopy a picture that I liked, and then because it would have like some grain or whatever, a picture like from the page, I would go in and just like trace the outlines of them and clean it up really good. I think that's more what I'm thinking about now that I remember. Yeah, I'd go in and clean the pictures up just like this, doing pixel by pixel, like restoration of it, kind of, instead of trying to find the image online, because I didn't know about that, apparently. There we go, now we have a pixelated image of our basic meteorite. As part of this. I'm thinking is the number will be, actually most of these are like, what it does is in the top right, so like time or date, time, position, and then technically this would be the top right of this one. Well, I'd have the number of what it is in the bottom. But because this one is split into twos, maybe I should just put it here, right in the middle of it. I think I should also draw like a box for the item. Kind of like I had this square here, which is what the item went into. Probably put like a little box there. Yes. Alright, like that. So any item I get, I just throw it in that little box right there. Well, it's not going to be labeled, but it should be fine. Actually, I should just clear this. I might do like a little black box when I put items in here, I'm not sure. I like that more. So I'll either put the item itself in there, or I'll put the item with a little black rectangle as a background. And what I'm contemplating now is, should I put put a box around this? But it actually looks like it's part of the display. Probably should. Fortunately, I gotta do everything I just did again. It'd be too hard. I don't like it transparent. I'm gonna keep it like that. I'm gonna keep this separated. I don't know why, but I think I should. Honestly, is there any reason to? There's no reason to combine it just yet. Alright, so I think that's my UI, top left. Is it too big? Oh, it's not too big. Fit right in the top right corner. Might be a little oversized. I boxed off all the area I could use. Not exactly everything I should use, but I will. I can make it a little bit smaller using, I can do it in code. I don't want to do it drawing because it's going to mess up the pixels. Okay, that's that. The other part of the map UI was this, the depth meter. So do I want to draw kind of like my depth meter I had before? I know the screen's going to be my own thing. I don't know, maybe I can just use this. Okay, what do we need to do to this? So we want this thing. So does this have transparent pixels or what? It kind of looks like it does. No, they're just weird pixels. That's odd. Maybe it had something to do with me scaling it up. Where do these dots come from? Oh no, you're doing that. Unfortunately, I added that bit of shine there, which looks great until I want to replace this screen. I think I need to just, yeah, go about replacing it by hand. When something becomes a part of the UI, it needs to be a lot more precise. So what I want to do is put this over top of my depth finder screen, but all these little depth lines are still in here. But it's too hard to erase around them, so I'm just going to draw them again after cutting it all out. Top is one higher, bottom is one lower. Okay. Alright, so I put the screen underneath it. I think it's not a good idea to draw black rectangles over pixels for some reason. We'll just draw a rectangle. That'll show us anything that's ugly too. What we're seeing here. Yuck. Really ugly. Alright, I'm cutting through those lines now. If I made this red. Not really. Make this red. Not really. Okay, I gotta go back before I combine these two. So if I go edit, copy, and go back. This is when I copy these two pieces together. Alright, now we go edit, paste, put our box back, with this. Now we can edit this. I see, these weren't transparent. It's the same color, but I don't look right unless I fix it somehow. There we go, I can see. The big thing here is I can't actually, yeah, can't draw it transparent. But I can paint it. Okay. Now it looks better. I'm thinking I'm just gonna do like a depth thing in here. I don't know. I don't really leave enough room for that. I need to put it somewhere else. I'm gonna put a depth thing somewhere on here. I was thinking top left, but there's not really enough room for it there. I could like cut out a little space here for depth, or put it in like bottom corner here. Okay, I think I know what it is. Put the depth right up there. That should work. Just erase that line I made. Yep. I'm thinking I'm never gonna be able to see black on black. This has got to be some other color than black. Though I really like black. Better I make all the lines that I've drawn on top here, which I've already done. They need to be a different color, like orange or blue. Shit. Why have I done this? Well, it does mean I get to redraw these lines. Okay. Oops. Try this one more time. I guess we use orange, what we used in the top one, we use it here. These are supposed to be black. That'll look a lot better with a black background. This is the line. Basically, all the depth's going to be made up of this. So, as it goes across the screen, it'll be like placed at this depth, and then placed at this depth, and this depth. Eventually, you end up making this neat little line. Color coordination. That should be fine. These are the little fish that get detected. Like, which way does this go? I think it goes from left to right. Though right to left makes a lot of sense, especially because the fish are facing that way. I'm gonna have the alien up here. Like, this is something that will detect the alien. He'll show up on the fish finder. And as he gets closer, he'll fill up more and more of the screen, which would be kind of cool. But do I have him come from right to left? Doesn't seem as good as left to right. Plus, the screen on the right kind of gets cut out. I'm really thinking I'm gonna actually take this, flip it that way. We're gonna go left to right. That way I can do my alien. Is this big blob looking thing. Honestly, it would be better if it's detecting him like he's the ground, because he's so big, right? It would make sense that the machine is confusing it for the ground. You would just see these lines that seem to be moving. I like that idea. It's going to be more complicated to do. Unless I make like a big one out of it. Yeah, I should do that. If I take this depth line, copy it, bring it over here, and we got to draw the alien using these depth lines. That's fun. Okay, I don't have the alien in here. Go ahead and save this. I think I'm gonna bring up an image of the alien so I can get it really close. I tried to do some more lightning brushes. Ended up failing every time. I was seeing if I could export. I might be able to. I just kind of gave up, but you might be able to export a PNG as a brush tip, and that way you would be able to get the origin point. But I wasn't quite sure about that. I think what will happen is, as the alien gets closer, he starts to rise up like this, and then right when he's about to attack is when he like reaches this point. But then again, if he's going to be along the surface that whole time, maybe he should just come in from left to right, and then once he reaches this right side is when you've gotten too close and got attacked by him. But that's really going to mess up the whole depth finder thing. But I guess that's the whole point, is it like, it looks like an error coming in, right? Because the depth finder has no, or the fish finder has no idea what the hell this is. So I kind of like that idea. The idea here is to draw this guy using these lines. Also, this is a good example of what these depth lines are going to end up looking like. They're like printed out side by side. All right. Well, there's a lot of them. But now, this is what you see coming at you. From the depth finder. Right, so you usually have this like random wave or whatever that's going along the bottom. when this guy shows up, this thing like appears in here, and you just see like it's going all to hell as he gets closer and closer. Yeah, you get attacked by him. So it's just like a little warning that how close he is. And then as you get further away, it also gets farther away. So it's just based on how far you are from him. I like that. And that's, yeah, a good example of what it's going to look like on the bottom. So basically, if you're in deep water, it'll be like this. If you're in normal seawater, if you're in the shallows, it'll be like that. And it'll change depending on how deep you go. Alright, so that's my UI, I think, for the overworld. The only thing I'm disappointed with is I made this UI element a physical thing, and this one's just a box. Which makes me think I need like something to go around that one as well, so that it looks like the other one. That, or we get rid of the whole physical part of the bottom one. I don't know, I could go either way with this. I'm thinking, honestly, I might get rid of the physical part of the bottom one and just make it the screen part that we actually see. To make them more uniform, you know? I kind of hate to do that, but that's really what I'm thinking. Which, unfortunately, I have to go way back to get the top part of this depth finder back off, and I combined it earlier. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Let's go edit, copy that. Now we have to go back until this splits. Oh, that was before all of these. I wonder if I can go back far enough. This was a lot of duplicating. This is when I combined it. Yes. Alright. Did all that to pull this out. Now I can just go edit, paste, and get all that work back. Okay. Basically what I want. And now I can make this a little bit bigger too. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just afraid that it's going to mess up my pixelation a bit. I want it to be of a similar size to that. It doesn't at this point, so let's bring it over here. You can put this like underneath over here or on top. I don't think I'll do that, but put it here for now. A little blurry. In fact, okay, let's go back. I think there's a setting I can set to reduce that. Clear edges, move the edge. Nope. Hard. That's the one. High accuracy. I like hard edges here. That's something I'm going to have to change back though. There we go. Alright, so I feel like I need to go in here and clean this up still. I should just draw over this again. Because this is like super clean. And this has got all this like anti-aliasing on it. It just doesn't look good. I hate it, but I think I'm going to redo this one again. do the orange first. Stroke 3. There we go. So that's the UI then. Not what I imagined going into it, but I like it, I suppose. I guess that looks okay. Okay, the thing I'm missing here is I don't have an orange border around this window. I kind of want, so let's do that. Easiest way to do that. I think it's actually to just take this border. Oh yeah, wait, I'm not done yet. One more thing that I forgot about. In here, pixel brush, orange. A little bit there, it needs to be done. Okay, so to do this, I think I just make 2 of these, but I need to remove the innards. Right, perfect border. Didn't work. any way to do this part. There might be. I'm basically just going into pixels, right? I was too much, but one is not enough. Doesn't make any sense. Guess I'm gonna have to go with that. Does it even look good? Not really. The curve that really makes it hard. But to be honest, it's not too bad. I just need to like perfect some lines. Otherwise, it's gonna bug the hell out of me. I gotta do it. Alright, let's perfect these lines. We're gonna combine them together. Zero on the way in. Basically, gonna do pixel art from here on. So this one I had 3x3x3, right? At least one like 2x2x2. Means this needs to go up. Bottom's fine. Now we just gotta make this look better. This one's a lot less obvious how it's fixed. Some of it's obvious if it's like this. I think it should always go one more above. That's the rule. One beyond. The inside's fine. This spot's weird. Mostly because this filled out a little more. Is the mic picking that up? No, good. I know sometimes the mic picks up when I touch my pen down. It's really annoying. Well, the annoying part is that it picks up the computer fan. I still need to move stuff around. Fix that. I just haven't done it. Alright, not perfect, but it's way better than it was before. And now it actually looks like the other one. So they're uniform, they're consistent. Alright, I think I'm happy with that. I do kind of need this information. Don't need that information. I need this depth finder. I did make a copy of that depth finder, right? No, I didn't. Of course not. Shit, that's my only version. Oh no, this is easy enough. Alright, I'm gonna save this, because this is important for a cutscene at least. The cutscene where it actually shows you this thing. What I gotta do, fill this little box in with the color. There we go. So, this will be the, yeah, this will just be for the cutscene. Keep it up here. Alright, so there's map UI stuff. Pretty much done. Gotta figure out fonts, but I'm not gonna do fonts just yet. We'll do what we can without it. I do kind of like the idea of just drawing my own font. I'm not totally sure how copyright works with different fonts. I know sometimes it can be an issue. And if I just made my own font, it's, you know, I don't know. I mean, how do you even make your font your own? And there's so many fonts been made at this point, you can't really like make them that unique unless they got weird swirls and stuff. Maybe I'm thinking about it too hard and I should just use whatever regular font I can find. The kind of font I was thinking about using, I like this one that's on the depth finder, which is basically like so if we had like a 1, imagine this is a much larger scale. I'm drawing really poorly. Okay. It's just kind of like this. It's like a bordered, very standard sort of font. And this is the right size. Yeah, so the outside is kind of like a white. The inside is whatever color you decide to go with. Right? Oh, I like that. Like that. Cleaner, of course. Now that I look at it, that is definitely the Tennessee. Oh man, Dad was really into the Tennessee football team for a while there. I can't even think of what they're called. I'm gonna say Titans. It's not Titans. It's Tennessee. I don't even remember. Definitely not Titans. It's a T. That's why I'm thinking that. Oh, now I gotta look this up because I don't remember. Oh, the Tennessee Volunteers. That's what it is. Oh, no, that's not a T word. They don't even have a V in their logo. It does look like that, though, doesn't it? The same colors or whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Some sort of font that's just got like a border to it. Makes it a little bit easier to read. And I think it looks kind of nice. I don't know. I've always really liked, in all my videos, I've always used this, which is, I don't even know if it's the right one on here. Gabriola? Is that it? What just happened? Did I click off of it? Is that what happened? No, I don't think this is right. It doesn't look right. Maybe. Pretty close. Does that look like this thing that I put in my thumbnail all the time? I don't know if it is Gabriola. We gotta check. Just go and find my thumbnail clip file or whatever. It is Gabriola. Wait, okay, let me, best way to make sure is to click on this. No, the font, wait, it's confusing because you gotta like highlight it to see what the font is, otherwise it goes to some default. The font is David. Is that right? D. Where's D? There's no D. Maybe that's why I was using Gabriola. Because this one doesn't have David. Man, I really thought it was Verdana or something like that. Yeah, I thought it was Verdana. Definitely not Verdana. But that is a very clean style. Weird that you can have a text layer with two different ones on there. There's no David in here. That's so weird. Maybe it got removed? Because this should be the more updated version, honestly. Let me just type and see. Yeah, no, it's the same one. Yeah, I don't know why, but I've got the font David on my PC, but I don't have it on this. It's all fonts. wonder why that is. I mean, Gabriola looks pretty good. So that's Gabriola. I guess it wasn't Verdana. I wonder why I think about Verdana then. Why I know it. Maybe I used to use it or something. It does look okay. I like that Gabriola has more like of a style to it. I mean, I'm pretty sure Arial, right, the basic fonts are not copyrighted. Or at least they're not copyrighted in that you can use them in your work. Like, what do book companies do? Do they pay for fonts? Comic Sans. I never got the hate on Comic Sans. Holy cow, I just noticed this entire stream. Oh my god. You can hear me, right? It's still peaking the mic. My mic is facing way the wrong direction right now. Oh fuck, this might be a cursed stream. Oops. Let me rotate this without sounding horrible. It's gonna sound horrible no matter what I do unless I mute the mic. Alright, how does that sound? I should be a lot louder now. I hope that my mic picked up, because that was a huge mistake. I don't know when I rotated my mic over, but it was facing like 90 degrees to the right. Luckily, it does have a big pickup range, so should hopefully have been fine, but I probably would have sounded kind of distant from that distance. Hopefully it's better. Okay, right, we were talking about fonts. I still don't really know. I wonder if David's just under a different name now. Honestly, I don't even remember being called David. That's so crazy. That would have been the last thing I'd have thought. Why would I have picked David? Tahoma, Times New Roman. I have 103 fonts here. Let me look at that. On my computer, I have 144 fonts, so there you go. For some reason, my computer's just got a bunch of extra ones. Oh, that's right. I added the ones that have like... For Goba, I added a bunch of new ones. Man, now I'm really curious. Have I always used David? Or is this a new thing and I just forgot about it? Trying to think, what's like the oldest thing I can look at where I used... It would be my signature. Because my signature would have used that font. But I've edited the signature to be like squished. So I don't even think it'll be there. So what happened? I just double clicked this. Why isn't it opening? Well, that's dumb. It's 3 hours I've streamed with the mic facing the wrong way. Hey, at least it's not like having the mic muted. That's usually what it is. This time it was just something different. I kind of wonder what font is standard for Notepad. There we go. Format, font. I'm using Lucida Console. It's kind of weird. Is that in here? Lucida Console. That's the standard Notepad one. That looks about right. I've double clicked on this file twice and it never opened, so I'm so confused about that. It looks like it froze. Like, not even closing. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, if you have the font thing actually open, you can't do anything in Clip Studio. What it looks like. Alright, do any of these actually have text files still? Don't think so. I think I always rasterize it. Oh, okay, it is Gabriola. Gabriola is what I use for my I don't know, for my logo. So I wasn't wrong about that. It's just I think that the numbers from is that Gabriola right here? Yeah, it is. I mean, that doesn't look too bad either. It's kind of hard to tell it's a 1 compared to a 7. Well, I'm not a fan of... I mean, Verdana is pretty clean. It's not terrible, but... like, as far as style, I do like Gabriola a lot. I do wonder, actually, now that I think about it, what is David like outside of numbers? Because I know David looks really good with numbers. I don't know how good it is outside of that. Look, my text is so old, I have to actually update it. I feel like it wasn't originally David, but it looks like it's correct. Alright, let's swap to Gabriola. And do 0, 1. Oh yeah. It doesn't look nearly as good as David. God damn, I can't even close the file. Annoying. Alright. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what I should do. Honestly, none of these actually look like what's on a GPS either. Like, the GPS is so Times New Roman, I think. Let's look at some stuff like that. Like Arial. Arial's pretty standard. That's not quite it. Let's do Times New Roman. I mean, this is like what you'd see in a newspaper, right? Times New Roman. Oh wow, that's really pretty. I do like that a lot. It's too sharp. The other one was Verdana. 01. I mean, that's pretty good. At least it's clear and legible. I guess that's why I remember Verdana, because it's not bad. Oh, that made it bigger. I look like a crazy person with all this, these numbers and stuff. Javanese text. Alright, just looking at these. What is something that actually stands out? Cambria, Kandara. I mean, I'm more interested with the numbers. There's a way to, like, display font name. Oh yeah, definitely want that. Oh, I like that. Okay, cool. Now I can actually see numbers. I just don't know what they're called. I see a lot of them look similar. That one looks super standard. Whatever this is. Oh, it's Verdana. Really? Yeah, I guess so. That would be why I pick it. Alright. Not a massive fan of any of those. Now what I want to know is what is actually in Game Maker Studio. Alright, all this is going to bring up how to add new fonts. I don't care about that. I want to know what is the default font. Looks like it's Arial. I guess. I think it was Arial. Arial was the first one on this list, right? Yeah. That looks pretty standard. That's what Game Maker Studio uses by default. Which means that it's got to be copyright free, right? Or open source. And that looks, I'm probably just use the default font. I just kind of wanted to make it look nicer. But then if I give it like a border or something. Because usually what I do is rasterize this. Usually what I do, if I want to make the letters more legible, as you can see in Goba, the little guy walking next to me, he has numbers. One thing you can do is just change the color of the second one and then offset it a bit, something like this. So it makes them stand out a little more. But it's also drawing more, which is not great for optimization. And what I'd rather have is something that actually had like an actual border around the number, because this isn't always the best thing. It gives it a nicer kind of look without doing much. But I want something that's very easy to read. And you can't just blow it up because it won't, like this is an example. It won't be a perfect border. I need to actually draw my own font. All the numbers having a border around them. Or I could always download some fonts. I mean, that's the other thing. I just don't like downloading things. Is that you can get into that trap where you download somebody's font that turns out you weren't actually able to use or something. There's some people who use that as a way of like going after people who don't know any better. Like little traps. I said I wasn't going to get too wrapped up in fonts. It's sort of important to just delete all this. So, what did I draw that one on? Here. Alright, so the other thing was Stage UI and then Pause Screen UI. I think it's going to be very similar. Now that I've kind of got a theme going, might as well stick to it, right? This is kind of what I come up with. Sorry, I ended up mixing this together. Kind of a mistake. If I did, yep, I need to pull that back out. No, it's not too bad. So I can cut this up and make what I want out of these little corners. I could probably do that. I think I am. Okay, so this will go here. And we'll do a border around the whole thing. Why is this below that? There we go. So I need to think, am I making this too big? I mean, if this is the size of this, it shouldn't be much bigger than it. Right, we just have like a dash in the number. Okay. The next one was what item we're carrying. Right. I should go back to this and get it as well. Wait, do I still have it? I still have it here. Right. This one. Yeah, that one was for the item. Take it too. Like that. So now whatever size I use in the other one I could use for this. That's good. Why is Twisted Metal's music so good? It really is. A lot better than it has any right to be. It reminds me of Vash the Stampede for some reason. I'm sure they have the same notes or something. And I'm grooving tonight. I've been, honestly, I was watching Better Call Saul, like I said before, if you heard me. But honestly, yeah, I have been kind of like, been avoiding doing this. I think it's because I really just had no idea what I wanted. Has a lot to do with it. Kind of silly, but it's how it is sometimes, especially doing something new you don't know about. What am I gonna do here? I gotta combine these together and then separate them again, because one of these isn't always there. There we go. If I keep it like that, now I just complete this one without it. Alright, Poppy. Going through these drinks like crazy. I'll get fat. Too many sodas. Goofy. There we go. So I got like that, and then throw that on top of it. Beautiful. So that's what I'm thinking. Right in the top corner like that. I might even offset it like a couple pixels like that. It actually looks kind of nice. We'll see. That's something I'll decide in game. Alright. That's fine. Let's do a background for him. Oxygen meter. I think I can combine all these together now, because you always have items in that. can't go into that. And that. Pull these out. Alright, so the next part I need two black boxes. You're so goofy. You're so goofy. Okay, what am I gonna do for an oxygen meter? I was gonna make it blue. Well, it should be white, whatever it is. But, how do I make it... How do I make it air? How do I represent an air meter? Oh, let's just look up oxygen meter. Looks like a lot of games just use a green, yeah, just like a green color. It's kind of weird to be like to say air is green. Oh, I could use like a gradient. That's kind of nice. Well, this is something I can decide in game later. We'll figure it out. What I'm gonna do is just make it gray or white and gray for now. That's kind of what I was thinking, so that it's got a border around it. And then I do like I don't know, 30%. Like that, not like that. Like that. So now I can change it to be whatever color I want. Because I mean, I'm gonna have it flash red, so it makes a lot of sense to start like this. I think I do want a gradient. It just look nicer. Let's do like from white to gray. I have no idea what I want. Maybe a bit like this. Just make it a little easier to see it moving. I think that's good. I'm thinking, do I want to put like a graphic on it? I do have bubbles as a graphic. And that way you'd know that that's what that is. Hmm. I think I'm gonna keep it just like that. It'll be fine. Alright. Right, so we got an oxygen meter that can be removed when it's no longer necessary. We've got that and that, which we'll do the pictures and stuff later. And all that goes onto a background, like this. There we go. Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention. I wonder if I got it in here. Let me look real quick. I just happened to be looking at, I don't even remember what it was. Honestly, I don't. I think I was looking up Echo the Dolphin for some reason. I saw the old 2D games. But man, I wish I had looked at a picture of it before I started my game, because the way they did their water is so good. Yeah, here's a picture of it. Well, it's a very small picture. There we go. Yeah, it's like Echo the Dolphin. It looks, the way they did the surface of the water is really smart. Though, yeah, this is a very pixelated image, but basically, yeah, it's just a line here that's cut off right through here, right? But yeah, it blends seamlessly to the bit at the top, and then you just animate this whole bit. And I could even use like what I used before. I mean, after looking at this, it really made me want to like redo the way I did the surface, because this is so much better looking. It looks good. I don't know if I want to touch on it or not, because I do kind of like the way I have it, but I think this is the better way to do a water surface in like a side-scrolling game. Oh, I remember why I looked this up. I was looking up dolphins, and of course I looked up Ecco the Dolphin. And that's when I saw this picture. I never played the 2D games, so that's why I'm not that familiar with it, but they look really pretty. But yeah, that's how they approached the whole, basically the same type of game that I'm doing. Well, similar in the way it looks. But looks really nice. I wonder if they've actually got like animation on things under the water as well, like I do or not. I'm really curious. I should probably play Ecco the Dolphin like the old one. I really like the 3D version. Okay, I guess I'm okay with that. So the other part of this is an options menu. That I'm not quite so sure about. It's not going to be the same thing that I've done so far, I don't think. It needs to be something different. I don't know if I want to do this like, am I going to draw these little planks or something? It's going to work for both the map and stage screen. So as I think about it, I really don't need this repeat of this information over here. Well, I guess I could if I want to disable that UI. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Maybe not. Maybe I don't even have disabling UI. The UI is pretty unobtrusive. Whatever. Because it's got some transparency in it, and then I'll make it fade out as well as if something is behind it, like the player. That'll make it even more so. So if all my information's already on the left side of the screen, there's just no sense having it repeat on the right side. So this is probably going to be just some sort of panel that slides out with different selections whenever you pause the game, so that you can quit, go to the options menu. You're looking on me. You're so goofy. I don't know. I think a lot of the reason I don't know is because I haven't thought of a title screen either. I think this has to look like, this needs to be like similar to the dock screen, whatever that is, and the title screen. Basically all these have got to look like whatever this is going to be. Because I think anything like options related, right? Anything title screen, menu related, basically, probably be the same sort of design. I think that's a good idea. And I haven't really thought about what these menus are going to look like. Let me look at my reference stuff again. Also, I can finally close all these windows. I've been hoarding all this reference material. Alright, so I've got like reference for cutscenes, but I don't really have anything for menus. I just haven't even thought about what menus are going to look like. Let's go ahead and sketch some stuff up. That's a menu. Cutscene's kind of a menu. So ideas for like menu stuff. Yeah. So ideas for menu stuff be kind of like the way SimCity did it. It's just I mean, this is very simple, right? But then sometimes simple is good, especially when it comes to UI. It's kind of just like icon, grayed out. It's kind of the thing that I was talking about. It's got like this, it's actually got like a 3D effect for the border to where it gets darker on the bottom and the top, lighter on the side. That's kind of cool. You can't hardly see it because it's transparent. So that's an idea. These are my ideas for like the research screens, which are kind of like menus, using like what XCOM did. Pretty small. But I mean, there's nothing to this. It's just like little buttons and text and a little picture. Keeps it simple. I think I need to look up some like NES title screens and menus and figure something out. There's also that one that was Chrysalis. Oh yeah, that's in here. That's like Chrysalis's menus, which is, I mean, it's basically what I've got with the orange. I just make this part black, or I can change it to a different color using the same border thing that I've been doing. This is kind of the idea of a bunch of pictures and a grid. I mean, it's just so simple, but then again, maybe I do need to really simplify what I'm thinking here. There's a title screen. As this is what I was thinking for my title screen. Something that's, again, very simple. Basically, we've got title on the side. We've got our alien or whatever image I decide to put on the cover, and just a couple options for press start or new game, whatever. But this isn't really like, this isn't really a menu, right? It's just some words. I don't know. I just don't know what I want. Makes this very difficult. Alright, ignoring that fact. I mean, I kind of have to figure out menus now, but is there anything else I can do? Because I feel like this is kind of a stopping part where I figure something out off stream. Okay, we did stage UI. We did overworld UI. Yeah, I mean, the rest of this is just menu stuff. I'm gonna get rid of this because I'm not gonna do it anymore. There's the game over thing. Again, that's kind of like a menu. I wonder. Actually, that is something I could kind of do. I mean, there's nothing to the game over screen. The idea is you're going to be in the stage, obviously, when it happens. Let's just duplicate this, make it easy. Alright, so get rid of all of that. All we really need are these two things. So what I was thinking of doing is just having this little guy come out. And this thing come out. Right, so basically that's where it is in the stage when you die. The screen will go black, and then these two things will come from where they are on the top screen. So that's to kind of indicate very quickly that the things that you had in the top of the screen you've been collecting, these items, is now going to come to the middle. I'm probably going to put like a picture. I'm going to draw like I'm going to draw the player like constantly flipping. This will move from the top down to here. This will move from that top down to, you know, here. And then once they get to this place, the numbers will appear. Yeah, I'm gonna draw this guy being here, right? Okay, that's not how you stick figure, but whatever. He's like an X. Yeah, he'll be constantly spinning, right? And then, yeah, these get to these points, and then whatever you have, like say 10, and whatever this is, say if you were carrying a tentacle when you died, this number start counting down, like beep, 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 and then this will start dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, right? So every time it counts down, you'll see it like fall. And then this thing as well will fall out. So you know you lost the item you're carrying, you're losing all your meteor things, and then once everything falls and it's all gone, then this guy moves up and then falls again off the screen, and then you go back to start. Was there more to it than that? I think I had some idea for how the ship goes back to where it's supposed to be as well. Maybe not. No, I don't know. Unless I wrote it down somewhere else. Remove currently held meteorites and area items. Keep your dock upgrades. Yeah. Alright. There's nothing there. Okay. No, I think you just appear on the overworld. The Jaws game had like a game start screen, but I think that's redundant. Especially if I have this game over thing that's going to play. This is just supposed to be a little thing to show you that you've lost everything. And to make you feel bad when it happens. So it also is an important like transition from the stage I don't know, there's like a little cooldown, right, to putting you back on the map. And it takes longer the more stuff you have, but I also got to remember to put in something. If you press a button, it skips all that and just everything falls all at once, right? So the player can skip it if they're mad that they just lost everything. Or you can watch it all play out and it'll be really fun. That's kind of the idea. I like this. It's very simple. But as far as like what I have to draw, I'm pretty sure it's just black screen and these two objects. The rest of it is little sprites and like font stuff. But yeah, as far as stuff to draw, it's just these two little things and the items themselves. So basically these have to be their own sprites. And I don't really have to do anything else. So I'm just gonna throw these in the up here at the top. This is item border. And actually I'm thinking I'm gonna resize the items to fit in here. Meteor border. This can get deleted. I just duplicated it. Sick. Right. I need to think about this, but I think items in game are the same size as the items in that UI box. Could be wrong. The best way to figure that out is to open the scaled sprites and just see how it compares to the enemies, because the enemies are what's going to drop their bodies, so their bodies should be relatively the same size as they are. Yeah, I want things like this. Now I go here. Alright, so that's the box at the same size. I think that's about right. The only one that doesn't quite fit is the shark. Everything else kind of works. The shark's gonna like obviously decrease in size when its corpse falls, but it's kind of okay. It's not gonna be like one for one. So I think this is fine. And the idea is, I don't want them to look exactly like the enemy, because then you won't know it's an item that you have to pick up, right? But I think after the first one or two of these drops, you'll get the idea that, oh, that's something I gotta pick up. Alright, so I can close this, do not save, and I'm happy with that. So I think I am gonna resize all this stuff to fit in there. And I think, is there any reason to keep the high def versions? It probably is. I'm gonna go ahead and just do that real quick. And throw this in there. So I made this square to fit everything in. That's really not necessary. I think I'm going to resize everything individually to make them as big as possible. Probably. I've got them saved, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Wonder if that'll be too big. I'd like to know, damn. I'd like to know how big the player is compared to this stuff. I guess I could use this as an example, how big the player is. Right? No. Kind of. I have the sub in all these pictures. But, I mean, this is an example of where that would be. And I guess that's about the right size. It's like a huge bottle, but it's more like an item. So I don't think that matters. So this treasure map thing, it's not really an item you carry. This is something I haven't really thought about very well. This is more like, it's not something you pick up, right? Same thing goes with this underwater detector. This isn't something you really pick up. And this resonator thing, you don't pick it up. It will show up in a cutscene, so I'm not totally getting rid of it, but oh, that's right. If I cut the outside of this, it'll look weird when you pick it up in game. The only one where that matters, because the meteorite, you don't actually pick up that meteorite. Alright, we're gonna have to make 2 of these. I'm actually noticing in this picture, this is kind of cut off. There we go. Maybe I should keep this. Definitely want to keep this as big as I can keep it. I got reduced a lot more than I thought. think this one will look the weirdest. Honestly, it looks so weird. Maybe I should have a different version for when you pick it up. I don't know. I mean, he is kind of like going off into the distance, so that kind of fixes some of it. Alright, the right size of everything. Right, so should save all this as game over. I mean, it's technically game over. I don't know what the hell this is. Item stuff. Right, these couple items though. Yeah, these are technically things you don't pick up, the things you acquire. It's same as the Step Finder was. This is also something you acquire. What I'm thinking is like, map UI is where this actually matters, right? So, do I just kind of like paste these in certain places where they'll matter? Like, I could do like this, right? Kind of weird with that being there. Right, so when you get the treasure map, this will just like be on the bottom of the menu, like this. So you can look at it and you can see where it's kind of pointing you to go. And then you know that you're looking for something, right? That's like the important part of this, is so that the player knows that they can find a new location. Because otherwise they won't know that, you know, they wandered the whole map, they never found anything. But now this is on the screen. Why is this on the screen? Because I need to go there. That's kind of the whole point of this. This is to tell the player, okay, there's a new location that you can go to. And I mean, this one's smart because you can actually look at it and be like, oh, I know where that is. And you go over there and it reveals that part of the map. And then once it's been revealed, this goes away. And then same thing goes with this guy. Once you have this, this will be on the side of that. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that it will hide the item you're carrying, but I mean, I can make it a little smaller. They are kind of big compared to the UI. But this is the idea. So once you get this, you know, okay, I'm looking for something else. Which in this case, you're looking for the oil rig? Yeah. And this one, you're looking for the final boss. This one, you're looking for the corals. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put them on the UI somehow. Alright, so what I want to do is make a copy of all these, but I do like this idea. These copies are just so that I have a high def version of all this stuff. Alright, now I can change these however I want to match the UI. We're going to attach it to the bottom like that for this one. For this one, well, I don't want to do top left. Probably something like that. This is fine, just needs to be smaller. I like that one pretty big. This can be smaller. They've all been off to the side so far. This doesn't really fit like that. I think that's fine. The only unfortunate part is this one. This one doesn't really tell you where you're going. I need to make sure the cutscene very clearly says now we can find the corals or something, right? To the south. Or now we can navigate in the corals or whatever. I don't know where this cutscene is. Okay, here we go. Okay. Alright, I made a note to remind me that the cutscene has to tell you that now you can find the corals. So this is just another indicator that that's a thing. And all these are on until you find the thing and then they disappear. Okay, cool with that. So this says part of the GPS. Alright, well that was a little something. So the only big thing now is what do I want to do with menus? I just feel like I feel like the basic UI that's used, or the basic menu, is too simple. But it's kind of the point to keep things simple. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. I'm probably gonna look at some more like menu examples. Maybe it'll inspire me. Because I need to figure out like what my standard menu screen actually looks like before I can draw all these menu screens. But that shouldn't be too hard. I don't know. Should I just do it now? I still got like 3 hours and I can work on this. Shit. I don't know. We're already at like almost 5 hours on stream. Cutscenes might take me a little while. It depends. Most of them are just pictures. Not that long to draw normal pictures. I don't know if I'm going to do like a pixel art style or just kind of like... And probably, I like high def, honestly. I don't want to go pixel. So I'll probably draw just normal pictures. I'll have to figure out which one of my cutscenes actually are animated, but the animations are always be pretty simple, like something sliding in or just like some water reflections. Wouldn't be anything too crazy in any of these cutscenes. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop. But yeah, that was most of the UI. We just got menus, cutscenes, and then sound effects, music. A little bit of programming there with all this stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna search up some references and get an idea by next stream. I'd like to stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try and like stay away from things. I want to keep streaming. I want to keep working on this. I gotta be really careful taking breaks, especially when they last up to a week, because then I'll just go from that into some other thing, and then I'll fall out. That's usually what happens. I need to pay attention to that. I'll find something that interests me for like a week, and that'll lead into something else, and that'll lead into something else, and then it's like it's been so long since I worked on it that I've kind of, you know, it's hard to go back. So I need to make sure I never take more than a week off, or I don't get distracted for more than a week. Alright, that's it though. I'm gonna end the stream here. Sorry if the mic was away from my face for like 3 hours. You know, sometimes it happens. I've done pretty good, right? I've done like 40 streams without having any sort of problems besides like muting my mic for 5 minutes. I think I've done pretty great, but I'm gonna end this one here. Later.